both tracking towards the Highway 71 corridor. So in the same way that we want no one driving right now along the Highway 16 corridor, it is the same deal for 71. Nobody needs to be driving. If you have friends or family who you know are coming home from work right now or are going to be out and about, make sure you call them, make sure they are aware of this storm, as again, there is a possible tornado here. Not yet confirmed, and hey, we hope that it's not confirmed, but as we look at the velocity signature here, this is certainly a storm that is trying to spin. That's why the National Weather Service pulled the trigger on the tornado warning for it. What I'm seeing here in the latest couple of scans, though, again, where you have the reds and the greens and blues coming together, this is the area that's spinning. It does look a little bit more broad than it did about 5 minutes ago when the warning was issued. Again, I do not say that I want you to take the city less seriously, but this is broad rotation now. This is radar indicated. We do not have spotters or anybody that has seen this or reported it to the National Weather Service, but we have broad rotation here on the south side of Llano. It's moving east. It has already crossed now Highway 16. It's going to cross over 71 here, and it is going to track directly towards Kingsland if it holds together. Those are the areas that I want sheltered right now. Again, right there along the 71 corridor in Kingsland. I do want you taking your tornado precautions right now. I will get back to the tornado warned storm, but I also want to keep you updated on a pretty big time straight line wind threat, which is now moving into Blanco County. So I want to give you a heads up in Johnson City. This is not a tornado warned storm, but this is a lot of wind coming from LBJ Ranch moving into Johnson City. Again, in Fredericksburg, in Gillespie County, we had a 59-mile-per-hour wind gust report. And as we look at some of the velocities here earlier, I actually saw some that were higher than that. When you get into the blues here, these are going to be 60-plus mile-per-hour winds. Let's punch up some of the numbers. Look at that. The radar is estimating winds of 75 to 80 miles per hour that are now located over Blanco County, passing between Johnson City and Blanco. These are going to pass right over the 281 corridor. So from Johnson City down 281 to Blanco, this is not a tornado threat, but this is a very strong straight line wind threat that could be 60 to as high as 70 miles per hour, maybe even higher at times. We will keep an eye on that, but again, our immediate concern right now is the tornado warned storm, which is in Llano County, and it's moving eastward. The warning, if you're just now joining us, does go through 6:45. Again, the circulation is right about here. It's moving east, and this will go through 6:45 as this storm approaches the Kingsland area right now. The entire circulation as we track it is currently located over Llano County. Back into the velocity, and we will switch over to a closer radar to get a clearer view. So here's where the circulation is right now. It is between Highway 16 and 71. This is the area of the storm that is spinning right here. This is the area that is rotating, and it is tracking directly towards 71. Here is Buchanan Dam at the top of your screen. Here is Highway 71 running up to Llano. Here is Highway 16. This is where the circulation is right now. A radar indicated tornado. Still, we do not have this confirmed, and it's not a guarantee that it's on the ground, but in this type of situation, it is just way better to be safe here and treat it as though it's on the ground. You can even see some of the spin on the reflectivity here as we, in addition to the circulation, have torrential rain, lots of lightning, and then also a hail core that could be producing hail up to $half size, which is passing south of Llano now, but is heading directly towards Kingsland. Again, that is my biggest town right now that I want to be taking this seriously, Kingsland. Make sure you are taking your tornado precautions. That means an interior room, putting as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. That's what we want you to do right now in Kingsland, at least until 6:45, as we do have this tornado warning. We also have meteorologist Jordan Derensburg, who is keeping an eye on things. Jordan, do you have any reports there from the National Weather Service chat? What are you seeing?
By the way, we actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just popped up. It includes most of Burnett County, as we suspected, including the city of Burnett, as well as portions of Hays and Comal County. So all of Blanco County as well is also in that severe thunderstorm warning. This doesn't include the city of Austin. It does include western Travis County, but it does include most of Lake Travis as well as Dripping Springs. And we're reading what this chat is saying right now. And as we take a look at this particular storm, it is going to be until 7:30. and it is moving east at about 30 miles an hour with this particular storm. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to put the tracker on it to kind of show y'all who all is in the path within the next hour. This is a very long line of storms, and by the time we get to around an hour, we're looking at Johnson City at around 6:32. We've got Blanco also at 6:40. Marble Falls just prior to 7 with this main line of storms. Burnett just after 7. Dripping Springs just before 7:15. And Wimberley just before 7:25. And I would imagine Austin soon thereafter. So if you're in any of these areas, you want to make sure you are watching this closely and getting ready to head inside as need be. Now, this storm also has far extreme western sections of Williamson County in it as well. However, as we are watching this closely, I wouldn't be surprised if more of the county is involved in it as well. Hunter?
Yeah, good stuff, Jordan, as that warning has now been extended into Travis County. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning is for a straight line wind threat, but we are also watching within this line of storms a few little areas that are trying to spin. The most notable is here over Llano County. So again, Kingsland, we want you sheltered right now. It is currently 6:33. Our latest estimates have this rotation coming into Kingsland at 6:55. So make sure you're taking your tornado precautions now. Don't wait any longer. Make sure you're where you need to be ahead of this storm. And again, I don't want anybody driving right now in Kingsland. And again, Sunrise Beach Village, it's going to be just shortly after that, 6:55 to 7 p.m. And then if this holds together, it could also be a factor for Granite Shoals, with the latest estimates taking it into Granite Shoals around 7:04. Here is a look at the circulation now. It continues to be fairly broad, but still the circulation that could try and produce a tornado. In fact, here's an update coming in from the National Weather Service. Latest that they're tracking, they say the circulation looks weaker at this time. They are still watching it and assessing since the warning goes through 6:45. They say that they will let us know when they make a decision either way. And I think that's the right call with this. Again, with these areas of rotation, if you guys have watched us cover these in the past, you know that they will pulse down, they can pulse back up. And the good news here is that for now, this rotation is a lot more loosely organized than it was earlier. So for a tornado to happen, you need a tight couplet. This is not a situation. In fact, this does not look like a storm that's producing a tornado imminently to me. But what the National Weather Service is saying, we've got another 10 minutes on this thing. Let's just watch it, and we'll see if this thing tightens back up and tries to spin. Again, this does not change how we want you to treat this. We still want you sheltered. If you live in Kingsland, this is a warning that goes for another 10 minutes. It includes Llano County, moving east at 35, heading towards Kingsland. Here is roughly where the rotation is. Again, you're not seeing those brighter colors coming together like what we had a few moments ago, but it's not a guarantee that the next scan doesn't tighten right back up. So while that storm is on a at least temporary weakening trend, let's shift focus and talk quickly about the hail potential here, as this tornado warning is not just for the tornado potential, but they are also mentioning that hail up to $half size is possible here. In this blue, that's going to be quarter to $half size hail, and it is following a similar path to where the rotating portion of the storm is, where it is going to cross over 71 as well. Also want to pay attention to our Gillespie County and Blanco County storm, as this whole line is pushing eastward. And yes, we do think that this will hold together into Travis County, into the I-35 corridor, and into the Austin Metro here further down the line. Smaller hail, which we're tracking, that's maybe quarter size hail. This could be smaller than quarter size coming into Blanco, coming into Johnson City. But we have very strong straight line winds that we have been watching with this section of the storm. Again, here is where the wind is located. Let me show you the velocities real quick. Yep, anywhere where you got that blue, these are going to be 70 to 80 mile per hour radar estimates there, which are coming into Blanco. This is the same section of the storm that produced 59 mile per hour confirmed winds in Gillespie County in Fredericksburg. Jordan, I see you're standing by with an update. What do you have?
Yes, we're reading from the National Weather Service chat that the tornado warning will expire with your downstream issuance not anticipated. So good news on that front.
Yeah, so what they're going to do is they will allow this to expire at 6:45. It is 6:37 right now. I'm going to stick with you until 6:45, until this thing drops off the map, and then we will get you back to regular programming. We will continue our coverage on KVUE Plus, our YouTube, all of our streaming platforms. What we'll do, Jordan and I, we'll sit here, we'll watch this thing for you through this evening. We'll likely pop on to TV coverage periodically through the evening to update you. We'll be doing very comprehensive coverage, again, on KVUE Plus and all of our streaming sites. But the good news here is that this tornado warning, let me punch up the times just so you can see this a little bit more clearly. This warning is going to be allowed to expire at 6:45. The couplet earlier, when it developed just south of Llano, was much tighter. Now the circulation is more loosely defined. So again, this is not a storm that is producing a tornado right now, but I do want to keep an eye on the circulation with you just here for the next couple of minutes until this drops off of our system. It is tracking towards Kingsland. And Kingsland, you still have a severe thunderstorm that is coming your way. Even if it's not producing a tornado, straight line wind potential is going to continue. In fact, what we'll do is we wait on that warning to drop off. Let's do a big picture storm track, and let's talk about when this is going to move into some of our metro areas. So this is moving east at about 35. These are going to be approximate timings, but we'll do about like this, and we'll track it east at 35. So many areas are going to pop up here. Granite Shoals, we're looking at about 6:44 for you as this severe storm moves in, mainly a wind threat, but especially up here in this northern section of the storm, there could be $quarter to $half size hail. Marble Falls, 7:03, and by the way, Horseshoe Bay, 6:49. Burnett, 7:17. Hamilton Pool, it's going to be 7:28 as storms arrive. Dripping Springs, here we are in Dripping Springs, it's going to be about 7:33. Driftwood, 7:42. Wimberley, 7:51. Circle C Ranch, 8:08. And Buda, around 8:19. So again, here is the heart of the Austin Metro. As we get into 8:30, I think the leading edge of the storms is going to be moving into the Metro, assuming it holds together. And it's been another very warm, very humid day. We hit 103 today in Austin. Humidity was just sky high, so we have all the ingredients for these storms to continue. And to show you the update that we got at the beginning of our 6 o'clock newscast, we did have a severe thunderstorm watch that was issued. This goes downstream from all the storms, so this includes Williamson, Travis, Hayes, and then goes east into Milam, Lee, Fayette counties, Bastrop County, Caldwell County until 11 p.m. as the threat for large hail and especially gusty winds is going to continue. I do want to check in on some of the latest wind observations. So Llano, as the severe storm moved in, gusted to 41. Fredericksburg, the numbers have come down, again gusted to 59 earlier as the storm moved through, now gusting to 25. But this is certainly at least a 50-mile-per-hour wind threat, 40 to 50 plus, that is now coming into Burnett County, Blanco County, and eventually, if it holds together, into the metro. All right, let's see if our warning has officially dropped off. Looks like it's still on there. Again, the warning officially is going to expire at 6:45. They have told us that it is, unless something changes, they are not going to extend this any further. So this warning is likely going to drop off as the rotation, for now, has mainly dissipated. Let's check in with it just to make sure nothing is changing here. Yeah, still not seeing anything there that is telling me we have a tornado on the ground. This is not a storm that is rotating in the same way. This is a big, massive, heavy rain and lots of lightning as well. These are very electric storms. But as the rotation has come down a little bit in intensity, let's see what the hail core has done. It's maybe not as pronounced as earlier, but this is still going to be $quarter to $half size hail, which is coming in close to Kingsland. And this is going to especially approach the Granite Shoals area and Horseshoe Bay. So Horseshoe Bay, I'm standing in front of it with my computer monitor, is down right around here. Granite Shoals, Kingsland, you guys are under the gun as this hail core comes in, and this is hail potential upwards of quarter size, in addition to gusty wind potential that could be 50 to 60 plus miles per hour. Keeping an eye on the National Weather Service chat, again, the latest update that we had from them, they said the tornado warning will expire. They do not expect to issue another one downstream. And that is the last update we have for them, so that's going to officially drop off the board here in about 4 minutes. Outside of that, we've got now an increasing hail core, which is coming into Blanco right now. So this, I would say, is the stronger section of the line now, producing hail that could be $quarter to $half size. Coming into Blanco, especially on the north side of town, hail precautions. If you've got a car out in the driveway, you've got a garage where you can get it in real quick, I would take that course of action right now. But this is also going to be very strong straight line wind potential coming into Blanco, up to Round Mountain. And next up, this is going to move into places like Dripping Springs and Wimberley. in Hayes County. So this section of the storm is going to move into Hayes County. Let's do one more storm track for you, and then we will get you back to programming. We will continue our coverage mainly on our digital platforms as that tornado warning, the rotation there has dramatically weakened. They do not expect to reissue that tornado warning based on how things are looking now. So let's do an individual storm track. Here is the southernmost storm. It's moving east at about 35. So here is the approximate timing for you. Cypress Mill, we're looking at about 7:02 for you. Henley, we're looking at about 7:05. Wimberley, we are looking at about 7:48. Driftwood, it's going to be about 7:39 for you. So this is going to move into Hayes. This is also going to impact parts of Travis County if it stays on this trajectory. So this is going to move into western Travis County and then could hold together into a good chunk of the Austin Metro on its current track. So that is the southern storm. Now let's head up to the north and we will assess our previously tornado warned storm. Again, the rotation is weakened. We do not expect that warning is going to continue, but it is going to bring the continued threat for wind and hail. Here is the latest timing on that section of the storm. This one, again, if it holds together, could be more of a northwest Travis, Williamson County issue. So for Granite Shoals, really rain storms moving in now. Marble Falls, we're looking at about 7:03 for you. 7:06 for Fairland. Spicewood 7:26, 7:27 for Smithwick. Oatmeal about 7:44, Laga Vista 7:57, Jonestown 8:07, Leander into parts of Williamson County about 8:20, and Lakeline Mall we're looking at about 8:28 for all of the approximate timings that we are tracking for you. Again, the rotation has significantly weakened. That is about to fall off of the map here in the next 2 minutes. We do not have a concern for a tornado with this storm at this time. Here's our big line of storms, and it is worth pointing out there's also another big complex of storms that is over the Brazos Valley. This one, look at all the lightning this thing's producing. This one is drifting down to the southeast, and this one, unless something changes, is on track to miss us. This is going to head down towards Houston and will not be a factor for us. I do think that our main storm chance is going to be this evening, rather than the overnight, because these storms have developed and become strong across the hill country. This is likely to work over our atmosphere, and then that will probably keep the overnight round of storms much more tame than had this round not been as aggressive. So latest model data taking you through the next couple of hours. Again, let's play this forward into 8, 9 o'clock. That's what we expect. Pretty widespread storms, heavy rain, lightning, wind threat, pockets of hail up and down the I-35 corridor. And then through the later evening hours, we'll press play again, get this going forward east of I-35. We are looking at places like Bastrop and Giddings and Fayette County and LaGrange and Schulenburg. These areas being impacted closer to, say, between 8 and 10 p.m. And then the rest of the overnight, again, is looking quieter now, but we will need to keep an eye and just make sure that no big complex of storms develops to our north and tries to work in. But I think the fact that these storms this evening are behaving the way they are, I think this is probably going to work over our atmosphere for the evening. So there we go. Our tornado warning has dropped off. We will return you to normal coverage, and Jordan and I will continue our long form coverage on KVUE Plus, YouTube, and all of our streaming platforms. If we have any additional tornado warnings or any further updates are needed, we'll pop back on as these storms move into Austin. But for now, you guys have a good night.
Hold on a second. There we go. All right. So, yeah, here we go. So anyways, we've got 64-mile-an-hour winds with this storm in Blanco County. I'm sorry, I accidentally turned the wrong mic on, but we've got very strong winds associated with this storm, which, by the way, is severe warned for portions of not only Blanco, Llano, and Gillespie counties, but we've also got western sections of Hayes County, western sections of Travis County, and pretty much the entirety of Burnett County involved as well. Now, we're looking at this area of storms. It started to weaken a little bit as we head into, as it starts to make its way through portions of Burnett County. So this is looking more like a Hayes County storm as opposed to a Burnett County storm. So Blanca saying hi. How am I? I'm doing well, Blanca. And Annalisa Marie is talking about a bunch of thunder in Leander. Now, it's getting pretty close to Leander at this present time. And as we take a look, again, with this thunderstorm warning, over portions of Blanco, Gillespie, and Llano counties, we're going to move this forward just a little bit. And this is until 7:30. So we're going to be watching this very, very closely. And I know Austin FC doesn't really kick off until 8:30. So it is possible that this storm will have passed through by the time the match kicks off. However, we could see a bit of a lightning delay as a result. Now, again, as we take a look at our velocity vectors, we're going to use the New Braunfels radar because it really highlights these gusty winds over portions of Blanco County. And when I'm talking gusty, I mean these lighter blues, these lighter greens. This is where you get those stronger wind gusts. And according to this particular model data, according to this radar estimate, we're looking at around 65-mile-an-hour winds. Now, these are very, very strong winds that could cause some minor damage. So you want to make sure that you're staying inside if you are in the hill country, anywhere in the hill country for that matter. Now, we're going to pull up NWS chat here, and we're going to see what the latest updates from them are on it. And we're going to watch this very, very closely. And there it is. So the Skywarn for Williamson County was activated just at 6:40, about a few minutes ago. And we are watching for 60-mile-an-hour winds and maybe even quarter-sized hail, half-dollar-sized hail, I should say. Now, what we're looking at is hail that could get up to around half-dollar-sized hail. So let's take a look at that hail core and see what we have with that. It doesn't look like very much at this time, which is good news, but we are watching. Look at this hail core. This is just to the south of Highway 29 near Llano, and here we go. We've got around 0.15 inch an hour precipitation, so we couldn't really see the hail core there, but we're looking at a hail core right about in here, and looks like we got precipitation rate again, not really getting a hail core. And here's Hunter Williams about to come on back in with the latest on everything as well. We only have just this severe warned storm. We are tracking another area of storms that is over portions of the Brazos Valley, Madison County, as well as Leon and Eastern Robertson counties. They're in that severe thunderstorm warning, but we do believe it will miss the KVUE viewing area entirely. And looks like Hunter Williams is getting set up over at the wall. Let's see if we can toss it on over to him for the latest on that.
Here, I think my mic's not on. I'm getting things set up, so we'll migrate you over to the wall. I'll stand over there, and we'll just kind of cover this thing. I think so I've got your Max 2 is pulled up here.
Yep.
So you're good to go over here. I will step aside. I got NWS chats on the computer here for you.
All right, awesome.
Let me make sure you got your mic on.
Yep, we've got both our mics on.
All right, you got wall, you've got Max 2 at the wall, and your mic is up.
Yep.
Let me get situated over here, then I'll join you.
Okay. All right, so right now, what we have going on is Again, that severe thunderstorm warning, this is for Burnett, Comal, Llano, and Travis counties. This is until 7:30, and this is a storm that's also bringing quite a bit of lightning associated with it. And we've counted at last check 880 strikes. So as they say, when thunder roars, go indoors. And it looks like we also have a flood advisory for portions of Llano, Gillespie, and maybe even Blanco counties, because we're seeing some heavy rainfall rates associated with it. Let's see what our accumulations are looking at, because we are seeing quite a bit of heavy rain associated with it as well. So let's see what we've got with our accumulation. So we don't really have any minor flooding at this time, but we're of course watching this very, very closely. Let's see where some of the heaviest rainfall has fallen in Gillespie County. We're looking near Fredericksburg, and we're looking at around, hold on a sec, see if I'm able to pull that one up. Doesn't look like we're able to figure it out. I think it's doing something weird here, but what we've got again is quite a bit of that heavy rainfall that's resulted in these flash flood advisories and a step below a flash flood warning being issued. Now, we're looking at the hydromet totals, and we're trying to see if we've got any being pulled up here. It doesn't look like we have any at this time, but again, as we take a look just off to the north and west of Llano, we're looking at around 2.7 inches in accumulation so far, excuse me there, but yeah, 2.7 inches. So what that's telling us is we've got some heavy rain falling with these thunderstorms as well, and minor flooding could start to become a concern, especially if this line starts to slow down. It's moving east at 30 miles an hour, which is a good pace to avoid minor flooding, but again, we do have a lot of the heaviest rainfall near portions of Llano County, and that is so far. Now, we haven't really had a lot of accumulation reports because the rain is currently falling over portions of Burnett and Llano counties. And this system looks like it's going to be moving at a pretty good solid pace. It's moving at around 30 miles an hour at last check. Let me take a look at the NWS chat. And it's saying that the warned line has mainly a wind threat at this point at the leading edge of the storm. So I agree with that totally, and we're going to show you what we're talking about with this wind threat, because it looks like a very, very strong winds being recorded by the radar here. This is, there you see, it's not as dark, it's not as bright with the greens, not as dark with the blues as earlier, as Hunter showed us during the newscast, but still very strong winds nonetheless. This is southeast of Blanco, and we're looking at a wind gust of 63 miles an hour being indicated on radar. Now that's about to make its way into Hayes County. So if you're in Dripping Springs, if you're in Wimberley, you guys need to make sure that you are indoors at this time. And even, I would even argue San Marcos and Kyle and Buda as well, because that is a very large line of storms that's moving in to the Hayes County especially, and we're going to especially start to watch Blanco and Hayes counties for those stronger winds, because as what we've seen with these past few scans, we're going to show you that it's mainly started to, and I'm going to zoom this in a little bit, it's mainly started to kind of collapse away from Burnett County and Llano County and come more towards Blanco and Hayes and even far southwestern sections of Travis County. So Austin, I don't think you're quite in the clear yet. I would definitely watch this if you're in Austin proper, but definitely if you're in Blanco, if you are in Hayes, that's where we're going to really be watching for those strong winds, because we're not really seeing much of a hail core at this time, but it's the wind threat that the National Weather Service has flagged that we are going to watch this very, very closely for you. Now, we do have that severe warned storm. It's moving east at 35 miles an hour. I'm going to check the speed on it with the NWS chat to see what they're saying right now.
Real quick, while you're looking at the speed there, Jordan, a couple of reports coming in through the National Weather Service chat. Looks like a little thunderstorm wind damage. This was from 6:26 about 30 minutes ago in Blanco County. Small tree branches broken, hail of unknown size also occurred. So I've got the winds pulled up here for you. Latest reports, 43 mile per hour wind gust in Llano, 36 mile per hour wind gust in Burnett. Here, I'll pull this up a little bigger for you. 23 mile per hour wind gust in Fredericksburg. And exactly as Jordan and the National Weather Service were pointing out, hail potential has come down. This does look like mainly a gusty straight line wind threat, which is now starting to move into some of our metro counties, where we're looking at Hayes County. Leading edge of the wind is coming in now. We've got storms also developing over northwest Travis. And then what's interesting here that we'll keep a close eye on is some of this new development over Williamson County, including Round Rock. In fact, let's real quick, I'm going to punch up. So this is one of our cameras. Let me punch up our Kalahari cam. Let's go Kalahari cam in router 1, and we'll pull that up for you. So here is Round Rock right now, and we'll just kind of pan you around real quick and see if we get any of that rain, which is nearby. Also see some ominous clouds coming in from our Oasis cam, and we're getting pointed back here to the west, and it looks like those dark clouds, that's going to be some of the rain, which is moving into Round Rock. Now, I do want to be clear, if you live in Round Rock, the storm that is developing over you is not severe right now. This is actually ahead of the main line of storms, but it is producing some quick, heavy rain, and of course, we'll have to watch how that intensifies, if it does so, as this kind of rolls on in. Jordan, you see anything else over there? Got you. Let's see. We'll punch back up the 3 box here.
Yep, we have the track, the latest track on this storm. And I'm going to go ahead and drag it so that y'all can see it behind this computer here. And we are looking at Hamilton Pool just after 7, which is in like 4 minutes. We'll start to see this make its way into Hamilton Pool. Henley in about 30 minutes. We've got Buda at 7:37. Just after 7:45, it's looking like it's headed towards the Domain. So Q2 Stadium, obviously not too far from there. So it's likely that Austin FC match is going to start with a lightning delay as a result of this, unfortunately. But then the airport just prior to 8 p.m. So I wouldn't be shocked if a ground stop was issued at the airport as well. So a couple of things that I know a lot of people have interest in is the Austin FC match tonight, as well as whether or not they would have a flight delay for their late night flight from the airport because of the storm. This is a very potent line of thunderstorms with the wind threat, as Hunter and I have both mentioned. But we're definitely going to be watching this very, very closely over the next hour. This is moving east at 35 miles an hour, and I would not be shocked if the severe thunderstorm warning, provided that this line holds together, would be extended into Austin proper and maybe even portions of eastern Travis County. May make an argument for portions of Caldwell County as well. So if you're in places like Luling or Lockhart, you're going to want to watch this very closely, but also definitely places like Wimberley in the next few minutes or so. Looks like this line of storms is about to cross into Hayes County. So,
hey Jordan, real quick note from the National Weather Service. They say looks like this warning may be canceled early, but they are still discussing. They're saying that the storms have been undercut by the gust front, which is the wind that's pushed out ahead of the storms, and it continues a weakening trend. Still, Jordan, these things are producing gusty winds, but maybe there's a chance that we get this warning discontinued early, but still this is going to be a strong wind threat and then lots of heavy rain coming into the metro.
Yes, absolutely. And it would still create that lightning delay for Austin FC. But again, as Hunter just mentioned, good news on that front. We are starting to see a little bit of a weakening trend with this storm over these past several scans. There you see it over the last little bit. And I'm going to put this radar in a loop to kind of show you what I'm talking about. These things really bubbled up over the past hour or so, but it looks like it's slowly starting to see that weakening trend. But we've got a few cells starting to pop up out in front of it as well. In fact, we might have just heard a thunderclap right over the KVUE studios here. By the way, we're off of Mopac just south of 183 for those wondering where that may be. But anyways, this warning could be discontinued early. It's being discussed by the National Weather Service office, which is located in New Braunfels. But again, we're starting to see that line start to make a southeasterly turn as opposed to a due easterly turn. And so that would be kind of good news per se for portions of Williamson County, but not so good news for portions of Hays as well as Caldwell counties. But again, as Hunter talked about, we are seeing a little bit of a weakening trend with it. But Hunter, I believe, has highlighted an area along the Hays-Comal County line that has a wind gust of around 58 miles an hour. Hunter, tell us about that.
Yeah, so here's what we're looking at. I'll pull the radar up full for you. I've highlighted this for you. Although the general trend is weakening here, we do still have this radar estimate, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, especially on the southern edge of this complex of storms. So what I could see happening is they may trim the warning and not include any part of that northern section of the line of storms. However, I could see them extending this into portions of Hays County, especially around Wimberley. And then if the warning goes downstream, it could include places like Kyle, San Marcos, maybe up to Buda. So the general trend is weakening, but these things have been producing lots of gusty winds, and it takes a while for everything to spin down. So still, I think some 50+ mile per hour wind gusts are fair game, and that is heading right into Wimberley right now. Again, here's what that looks like as far as just the normal reflectivity mode of the radar. These storms are producing tons of lightning and plenty of heavy rain. So even if we get this warning canceled, and I'm gonna toss back up the box here. Give me one moment. We'll go max 1 here and cam 4. Even if we get this warning drop, this is still going to be lots of lightning, heavy rain that is coming into the metro right now. And as Jordan was saying, we do have a couple of flood advisories that have been issued. We will need to keep an eye on some of the rainfall totals here. For the most part, hey, this is good. Welcome rain. We know we need it, but look at some of these totals across the hill country. Hey, especially here over southern Gillespie County, 1.4 inches. That is great news. Even a few pockets, it looks like over northern Llano County, of 2 to 3 inches of rainfall. And I do think that, a quick ½ inch plus at least is likely for many areas as this activity continues to push eastward into the I-35 corridor. Let me punch up. Let's see, how much longer do we have on this warning? Again, the National Weather Service, they're discussing what they're going to do with this downstream and goes until 7:30. So we've got about another 20 minutes on this. Again, the southern section of these storms, those do look stronger right now compared to the northern section of the storms. And we're also trying to get a vantage point of some of this. Here's our Kalahari cam in Round Rock. We have non-severe storms that are developing over northern Williamson and southern Williamson and northern Travis right now. That activity is not severe, but it is bringing in some wind. Real quick, let's go over to the tower cam as well. I see Jordan has some information for us. Give me 1 second. I'm getting the box situation pulled up here, and we'll do the wall there, and we'll toss max 1 up there. All right, there we go, Jordan. Got you in the main box there. Go ahead.
All right, yes, Hunter, and we are reading some comments from Facebook saying that they're seeing rain in Leander as well as Florence. So as you just talked about, starting to see a few of those storms start to pop up over southern sections of Williamson County, places just to the south of Round Rock there, right along Highway 45, that tollway there is where you're starting to see some of that thunderstorm activity as well. Also places like Florence, Sun City, they're seeing some storms with some lightning popping up. Also the Leander, Cedar Park area, right around the HEB Center. That's where they're starting to see some of those thunderstorms as well. Oh boy, look at that from that tower cam. That just looks really, really tough right there. That's that line of storms that we've been tracking, and that looks like a very tall cloud as well. That's a very big shelf cloud right there. So if you're able to safely send us pictures of that, we would love to see it. There's a Near Me feature on the KVUE app where you could safely send in your photos, and we may use them during newscasts, especially as we head throughout the course of the night tonight. Now, what I do want to also show you is see if we can get a good estimate of how tall these cloud tops are, because remember, the taller the cloud top, the stronger the thunderstorm is. And we're going to try and see if we could get a good slice going through these storms right here. And it looks like can't really do it with this particular radar product. We're going to try and see with this other one here. And we're going to go ahead and try this again with this particular radar estimate product here. And we're going to see if we can get a good height with that. Oh, wow, look at that. Looking at around, I think it's around 60,000 feet. What we're seeing with this storm are around 40,000 feet. So a very tall thunderstorm that you could see right there. It's angled kind of wonky because you've got that storm in pretty much a north-south orientation as opposed to an east-west orientation. But I do think it's a very strong thunderstorm that's continuing over portions of Travis and Hays County. It looks like it's crossing into Hays right about now. And what we're going to do is we're going to try and take a cross section here, and we're going to put the cross section on the Hays County storm that we're going to watch it, the Hays County section of it that we're going to watch closely. And this is just east of Blanco and just west of Wimberley. And let's see what we've got here. We're looking at around 30,000 feet here. So a pretty potent thunderstorm, but not that strong of a thunderstorm as, say, 40,000 feet. So it's looking like the stronger part of the storm is a little bit off to the north of here. So could be making its way into Travis County, and it could be packing a very strong punch when it comes to these winds. Now we're going to go ahead and show you guys what our winds are looking like right now, because that has been a main story. Again, Hunter Williams just showed us the 58-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and now the strongest winds look to be in extreme southwestern Hays County. This is just off to the west of Wimberley, and we're looking at a wind gust of around 54 miles an hour here. And it's slowly moving on off to the east. There you saw it with that new scan. It's going to be very close to that Wimberley area by the time we get to around 7:30 tonight. Warning's not been canceled. We're going to see if NWS chat has said anything different in regards to that.
Jordan, looks like they will be canceling. They will be canceling the warning early. They're going to replace it with a strong storm advisory for a half-inch hail and 50-mile-per-hour winds.
Okay, so yeah, very good news on that front. So at least we know that this warning is going to be canceled, but still, you may want to stay inside, or in fact, you should stay inside if your area is along and east of Highway 281 over portions of Burnett, as well as portions of Blanco counties. If you're heading into portions of Hays County along 290, if you're in Dripping Springs, you need to be inside right now. And I would even make the argument that the Austin Metro, you might want to be inside right now. Places like South Austin, down toward Buda, down toward Kyle, San Marcos. You would want to stay inside, and I would stay inside for the night, because this looks like a system moving east at around 35 miles an hour. A lot of you guys like to go out to dinner on this early evening, but tonight would not be a good night for that, of course, because again, we've got these strong winds. They're falling below severe limits. Now, this is the good news here, and that's why the severe thunderstorm warning is about to be pretty much canceled. But again, still could have some strong winds moving into the Austin area. And that could result in two things. That could result in the Austin FC match being delayed because of lightning. Because again, you can't really have a match being played when there's a lightning delay and lightning within 8 miles of the stadium. Now also, we've got the airport. Could have a ground stop issued for the airport, especially with the strong thunderstorm that's moving through, because that's also dangerous for aircraft. So that is what we could be watching for as well. In fact, let me zoom in on Q2 Stadium and see if there are lightning strikes close enough to where we would get a lightning delay. So we're going to watch that, and I just
saw a note here from Tyler Feldman on our sports crew, Jordan. They've got on the billboard right now, they've got this is what the scoreboard rather says. Impending weather, due to weather in the area, please seek shelter under the canopy or indoors. That's what's going on at Q2 right now.
So, definitely, what I just said, we definitely have a lightning delay now because of that storm that's moving in from the west. So, yeah, good call. Tyler Feldman was right on that. And definitely we're going to be looking like a lightning delay that could be lengthy as well for their match against some team in Frisco that I like to keep nameless, but I know in case you want to name it, it's FC Dallas. But anyways, yes, again, this is why we have the lightning delay. Line of storms, it's about to reach Highway 71 or just south of Highway 71. Dripping Springs, you're starting to see some heavy rain right now, and this is an ominous look. I believe this is from our tower cam if I'm not mistaken, and this is looking west toward that area of storms. Now, severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped, but we do have a flood advisory as well for Llano, Gillespie, and Blanco counties. And we're going to see what rainfall accumulations we have so far. And we're looking at some good accumulations right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if we got more over the course of these next 30 minutes. We're getting close to around 3 inches of accumulation in portions of Llano County. So this is the heavy rain that is moving now into Blanco County. And we're going to go ahead and zoom this on in. We're seeing some preliminary heavier rainfall totals just to the south and west of Johnson City and just northwest of Blanco. Already got 1.3 inches associated with it. And as we take a look again, we've got quite a bit of that heavy rainfall over portions of Blanco County. It looks like they're ending. That area is ending, but we've still got some yellows just west of Blanco. But besides that, the strongest part of the storm is now shifting onto the south of the Austin Metro. And I'm going to show you this again because we're going to move this on over to the east because we've also got a lightning strike again that is just to the north and east of Highway 183. And we've got another pocket of yellow right there in and around the Pflugerville area, just to the east of Pflugerville. Let's see if we could draw some street names here. We're going to scroll this down to street level. So yeah, just to the south and east of Wells Branch near Dessau. So I'm saying Howard Lane, Wells Branch Parkway near the Dessau area. Looks like we've got another street that's seeing some of the heaviest rainfall. This is Palmer, as a matter of fact. This is Palmer Lane. We've got some of the heaviest rainfall. This is near Dessau Road, Grace Baptist Church. That's where we're seeing some of the heaviest rainfall. Let's go down to street level in the Dripping Springs area to see right here as well. Cedar Valley seeing a bit of that heavy rain. So near Trinity Hills Drive, Belterra Drive near Rooster Springs Elementary School. We've got Gato del Sol Avenue near Dripping Springs along 290. Seeing quite a bit of that heavy rain in and around the Fitzhugh area just south of Bee Cave and Hamilton Pool. Henley seeing some heavy rain as well. And it's looking like it's about to approach the Driftwood area. So if you're in the Driftwood area, I really hope you're inside because it looks like you guys are going to get some of the strongest winds here. And let's see what we have here. Oh, we got some strong winds being recorded according to radar estimate near the Marble Falls area. Let's see what we have here. Whoa, yes. We've got a 59-mile-an-hour wind gust being issued near Marble Falls. So if you're in extreme southern Burnett County, northwestern Travis County, places like Lago Vista, you're going to want to be watching this very closely because that's where we have the better chances for some of those stronger thunderstorms. And Hunter, I know we're seeing another, looks like we got Lake Travis up as well. And that looks very ominous as well because Lake Travis just looks, that looks absolutely menacing. And it looks like this is from our Zach Theater camera too. We're getting a really good look from them as well. A lot of these cameras are really getting a good picture of that storm. And, oh yeah, look at that from Lake Travis. That looks like a very menacing storm. It looks like a very big rain shaft about to approach it. So yeah, we're seeing some of that heavier rainfall already making its way into portions of western Travis County. And let's look and see what we have here. This is, yeah, we have the flood advisory again, but we've got the storms. Looks like it's passing just to the south of Lake Travis. So we did get some good rainfall totals there in that watershed. So that would be good for Lake Travis's lake levels. But again, a lot of the strongest storm activity is going to be over portions of Hayes County as well.
Jordan, check this out. I've got our Oasis cam. Look at the white caps right now on Lake Travis as the strong winds whip across the water there.
Oh yes, that looks like a very strong winds. And I'm going to put the wind estimates again because I'm going to put the wind estimates up. I'm going to probably use our Fort Cavazos radar real quick for this one because it's closer to that radar. And we've got radar estimated wind gusts. And we've seen some lighter greens right here to the south of Lago Vista. There it is. It's at around 57 miles an hour. If you could put Max 2 back up so we can show you guys, because this looks very, very, very strong wind. That's what's causing those whitecaps, those 57-mile-an-hour wind gusts just to the south of Lago Vista there along Lake Travis. So very strong winds. If you're on a boat right now and watching us, I don't think you should be out right now. I do think you need to find safe harbor as soon as possible and make sure that you are as far away from the outside of the water as possible. And you're seeing the trees whipping around outside of the Oasis restaurant as well. So very strong winds being recorded by our weather camera here on Lake Travis over the Sometimes Islands. And we're seeing a few lightning strikes as well. So again, if you're near Lake Travis, you want to make sure that you are inside at this time. And let's take a look at another wind gust near Spicewood. So we're starting to see some lighter greens near there as well. And again, we've got 57 miles an hour here too. So again, very strong winds. And again, let's look at another spot south of Hamilton Pool. Again, 53-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So slightly below severe limits, but still very, very strong winds nonetheless. This can still cause damage, folks. So you want to make sure that you are inside and away from windows at this time. Hail core, that's not really, hail has been non-existent with this storm, and that's very good news, but we are seeing a bit of a hail core just to the south and east of Horseshoe Bay, and it's got a precipitation rate of about nearly 1.25 inches an hour, but as we take a look here, we don't see much of a precipitation rate. We're not able to see that hail core, but it looks like we're getting close to dime or nickel size hail near Round Mountain. But besides that, really what we've got going on is the wind threat, and the winds are definitely really whipping up. And we're going to see from the new Braunfels radar how the winds in Hayes County are looking. And this is just off west of Wimberley. They've gone down a little bit, 49 miles an hour. So still good news on that front. But we've got very strong winds being recorded. And let's see, Hunter, are you able to see wind gusts that are of note from that particular one? It looks like I see something from Burnett that's 36 miles an hour.
Yeah, it looks like we've got last reported in Burnett 36-mile-per-hour wind gust. I'm also keeping an eye on our tower cam. Here's a look at that. All of our cameras shaking around. So we've got, I think, that leading edge of the gust front, Jordan, coming into Travis County now. As we've been mentioning, this is no longer severe warned, but there could still be wind gusts, I would say 40 to 50 in this, which is nothing to sneeze at. So it's not quite as strong as what it produced earlier in Gillespie County, but you see things are shaking around there. These are strong storms rolling into the metro right now. Locally heavy rain, lightning, and gusty winds, especially over Hayes County. So places like Buda, San Marcos, I-35 corridor in Hayes County, seeing some pretty breezy weather roll in.
Yes, absolutely. And again, I do want to mention that the reason that the Austin FC match is delayed is because of these strong storms, not only to our southwest, but we've got a couple of lightning strikes being recorded near Q2 Stadium. Actually, we're going to zoom in on one that's very close to the actual stadium itself. This is near Metric Boulevard. So this is why we have that delay in place. And we've also got another lightning strike that we saw, yeah, right there, just to the west of Jollyville there, near Spicewood Elementary. It's near the Balcones Country Club. That's why we have another lightning strike. And with that, I mean, we do have the lightning delay, but depending on how this storm continues to move, if it takes a more southeasterly track, then we could pretty much avoid this. But if it takes more of a due easterly track, we could be looking at a ground stop for the Austin airport. So something that we're going to be paying attention to and seeing if that is actually initiated as well, because I know there are some people who could be heading out traveling from Austin tonight, and they may want to check on those late evening flights, and it could be delayed because of this ground stop. But yes, again, we're seeing some heavy rain and frequent lightning in the Dripping Springs area. Look at this. This is very frequent lightning and some heavy rain right there. Some of the heaviest amounts are just to the south of Dripping Springs High School, Walnut Springs Elementary, just to the east of Lone Peak Street, Drifting Wind Run, Towns Court is where we're seeing some heavy rainfall. Seeing some darker maroons around. See what street this is. Can't really see what street that is, but got some heavy rain just to the south and east of Ranch Road 12, a little bit along 290 as you head towards Holy Spirit Episcopal Church, Headwaters Boulevard, and Gato del Sol Avenue. But again, Canyonwood Drive as well, American Way, just east of Dripping Springs. But you've got some very heavy rainfall associated with these storms. And let's see what the winds are doing around here as well. Now, we're looking at an area just to the west of Wimberley. It looks like you still got wind speeds getting up to around 43 miles an hour. So definitely got some strong winds associated with it. And now we're going to change to the Fort Cavazos radar. And we've got a very hefty wind gust, looks like just east of Hamilton Pool. Looks like we're starting to see some blues there as well. So I wouldn't be shocked if that continues. Oh my, look at this. This is a radar estimate. This is a 92 mile an hour wind gust just northeast of Hamilton Pool. So very strong winds associated with this. And I'm going to have to check the chat here for just a second, Hunter, so that, you know,
I'm guessing that's a radar artifact there, that it's a pixel that's artificial. I do not think that we have 92 mile per hour wind gusts, but I do think there could be some 40, 50 in there.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, so then, yeah, ignore everything I just said with that. Definitely, thank goodness that's not a real indication. That may be just a little bit of radar clutter right there. So that's particularly good. Let's take a look at this one along Highway 71. As a matter of fact, yeah, this looks more reasonable, around 57 miles an hour, because I saw 92 and I couldn't really believe that myself, because I kind of had a feeling it may have been a few radar artifact issues there. But I would say 57 miles an hour here. It's up to 66. However, like Hunter mentioned, could be a radar artifact, but still some very strong winds are possible with this storm. So it might have over-exaggerated a little bit there, but still very strong winds associated with this storm. We're going to keep it to the blues, and we're going to make sure that we don't touch any of that radar artifact data right there. 68 miles an hour looks very, very, very strong right there. And also, we just got a Facebook comment from Annalisa. She says that it just got very dark in Leander and gusty wind. She said heavy wind, but it's technically gusty winds, by the way, too. So we're watching that very, very well as well. Let's zoom this up a little bit. Let's get this radar up. Let's see what we've got. We've still got the heaviest rain to our south and west. And again, we've got the flood advisory until 9:45 for Blanco, Burnett, Gillespie, and Llano counties. And we're starting to see some heavy rainfall activity start to pass just to the east of Burnett as well. It started to pop up. New line of storms is starting to form just to the north and east of Burnett there. So we're going to watch that very closely to see if that gets severe warned for portions of Williamson County on toward portions of, it probably is going to be more so of a Williamson County thing, depending on its orientation. If it does move due east, we would look at not just Williamson, places like Florence, but also Bell County as well. But Bell County obviously not in the KVUE viewing area.
Hey, Jordan, quick note, just got a strong storm advisory for west central Williamson and northwestern Travis. Again, the strong storm advisory, as we've been saying, is similar to the flood advisory. It's a step down below the severe thunderstorm warning, but they're saying a wind gust 50 miles per hour and some small hail are possible in that storm.
Yes, and let's take a look at that hail core based on that. And it doesn't look like we have anything at this time, but as the storm continues to grow, it is definitely possible that we could have some hail cores develop with this storm. So the good news here is that we don't really have a hail core popping up with this right now, but it is definitely possible. And the same goes for portions of Hayes County. We're looking at mainly a heavy rain and wind threat with this as well. Now, none of this is severe warned at this time, but it is definitely possible that we could get, if this starts to re-intensify, we could get a severe warning. This was previously severe warned, but now it's just looking like some loud thunderstorms with heavy rain making their way into portions of Hayes County that include Buda. So it looks like it's about to cross the I-35 corridor. So Buda, Kyle, San Marcos, you're next in line to see some of these stronger storms. And it looks like the heaviest rain is going to stay to the south of the airport, which is good news for travelers for the most part. However, flight plans could be altered by them. So we're going to look at our velocity vectors from our Fort Cavazos radar. It looks like, again, some radar contamination there along Highway 71, even though those wind speeds do look pretty strong at around 68 miles an hour. Again, we had earlier shown a 92 mile an hour wind gust. That was actually a radar contamination there, but still some lighter blues right there and darker greens and lighter greens and lighter blues there still denote stronger winds. Now, as we take a look again, as we zoom this out, we're going to show you the different radar. This is the radar beam from New Braunfels. Now, we do have an area east of Blanco that's got a 54 mile an hour wind gust. So this is more of a believable wind gust, I would say, with this particular storm. So that's moving on off to the east. So we could still see more 50 mile an hour wind gusts relating to this storm over places such as Wimberley, over places such as Dripping Springs, and we're not really seeing a whole lot of reports at this time. Hunter, I know you've got NWS chat up. Have you seen any damage reports other than the two in Blanco County that we've seen so far?
So those are the only two that I've seen right now. I'm going to punch up graphics here in the big box as well. We've had some minor tree damage that was reported earlier in Blanco County. Again, I do think that the winds were stronger across the hill country. But here's where I'm tracking what I think is probably the strongest wind potential that we have right now. It is from Buda down to Kyle, right along I-35. Again, these are not severe winds. It's not going to be 60 plus, but I do think that it could be 40 to 50 miles per hour. In fact, let me punch up the triple box here and let's put router 1 here. This is our tower cam where we are starting to get heavy rain moving into parts of the metro now. So we do have storms that are rolling into Austin, but I think that the breeziest weather is here in Hayes County. This is going to clip Mustang Ridge and then is going to move into Caldwell County. Up here into the metro, again, none of this is close to severe, but we do have pockets of heavy rain, some breezy weather. Mainly it's going to be a heavy rain and a lightning concern now into parts of western Travis, and then new storms that are blossoming here close to the Leander area and also into northern Burnett County. These storms, northwest Williamson into Burnett County, these are the storms that have prompted the latest strong storm advisory for wind gusts as high as 50 miles per hour. Look at that. Some of those have developed up north of San Saba as well, and those are severe. Let me give you kind of a broader look real quick, and we'll talk about how things might kind of unfold through the rest of this evening. So we've got the batch of storms that is moving through our area right now. I think that is going to continue to push eastward, and what that's going to do is likely work over the atmosphere here in our area. There's also another complex of storms north of Houston that's on track to stay east of us. But because we have this widespread storm activity through this evening, I think that as this activity up here in the Panhandle, as this tries to dive southward tonight, our atmosphere is going to be much more worked over. So I think that our main storm chance is probably going to be what is moving through right now, and then we'll wait and see what develops tonight. But I think that we have this round of storms this evening, which is really going to become the main deal. Jordan, got you popped up there in the big box, so what do you got?
Oh, yes. I'm reading from Austin FC's Twitter page. They've retweeted the stadium that the Lightning will exit the safety perimeter between 9:20 and 9:30. So it's going to be a lengthy delay at Q2 as a result of this area of storms that's making its way through. And again, as we see this tower cam, there you see it. There's that area of storms making its way towards it. That's in Westlake Hills, by the way, and that is near the 360 loop here. And that's where we're starting to see some of that heaviest rain near Lost Creek, just south of the Austin Country Club. Now we're getting close to like Lake Austin and the Rolling Wood area, starting to see some of that heavier rain just off to the north and west of Barton Creek Square. Also Bee Cave seeing some of that heavy rainfall as well. And again, Hamilton Pool, off toward Dripping Springs. And we're now starting to see that line of storms kickoff for the I-35 corridor, mainly in northern sections of Hays County. So Hays City seeing some of that heavy rain as we see another live look from our Zach Theater Skyline weather camera. That's our new one, and it's giving a very picturesque look at these storms. I mean, look at how the sunlight right there is pretty much baked behind those clouds, and that just gives a really nice glow. And there you see that lightning strike there as well, and there's a nice glow of that sunset with the clouds in the foreground, giving a very nice look from our Zach Theater Skyline weather camera. But here's some of that heaviest rain now crossing Highway 35, Interstate 35. Some of that heaviest rain right now in Hays County along I-35 is splitting Buda and Kyle. So if you're in the Buda area or the Kyle area, I really hope you are staying indoors at this time. Also, Mustang Ridge, out getting close to areas south of Coda, there you're going to want to watch this closely for some of the heaviest rainfall as well. And same story if you're near the airport, but doesn't look like we have a ground stop at this time. I'm going to look at the airport's Twitter account and see if we do have a ground stop possible. So,
Jordan, as you look into that, just want to read through some of the Facebook comments and get some questions answered for you guys. Tony is asking, do we have any tornado warnings? And he's asking about Buda. There is not a tornado warning in Buda right now, but we do have strong straight line winds that could be 40 to 50 miles per hour, which are moving through Buda right now. A few other questions or comments. April saying it sounded like lightning just struck something. Very electric storms. Jordan was tracking these earlier, producing about 800 lightning strikes across the hill country. Still, these are producing lots of lightning now across the metro. Lisa's asking, the new storms that are developing, are they the strong ones in Austin? These new storms are not severe, but they are now producing gusty winds, especially over Williamson County, near Leander, and into Burnett County. Again, these storms are not severe, but they are capable of gusty winds as high as 40 to 50 and maybe some small hail. Ariel is asking about San Marcos and Buda and Kyle. The worst of the stormy weather is just north of San Marcos, but especially for Kyle and Buda, you are seeing pretty strong storms move through right now that are producing gusty winds. Again, if you guys have any additional questions, we are keeping an eye on the chat here, and we will keep answering them for you.
Yeah, and I don't know the legitimacy of these velocity vectors, but we're looking at, we saw them just a little bit ago that they were about 55 and 59 miles an hour respectively. So just a hair below severe limits. So there could be isolated wind gusts above 40 to 50 miles an hour as well. And it looks like that line just to the north and east of Burnett is starting to intensify. I'm looking over at Max 1 where Hunter is right now, and we're starting to really see that. And I would not be shocked if we got a severe warning storm. And I know Hunter's been looking at that NWS chat to see if that's a possibility, but that storm really has blossomed, and I'm going to show you a bit of a radar loop to kind of show you over the last hour. Last hour, it was really nothing, but then watch this over the last, I would say about 20 minutes, this thing really has grown into a strong line of storms between Lampasas and Burnett along and north of Highway 29. Looks like it's along Highway 281 here between Burnett and Lampasas. So if you're in northern Burnett County along Highway 281 north of Burnett, you want to make sure you're staying inside because you're probably seeing some heavy rain, gusty winds, and frequent lightning. By the way, let's look at the wind speeds there because it doesn't look like a lot, but...
Hey, Jordan, just as you speak on this storm, a new note from the National Weather Service, they say the strongest storms are what you're looking at in Burnett County. As they develop north of the main cluster, they say there's potential for these to become severe, and they are watching it. So as Jordan was saying, these things are on the increase. They're pulsing up, producing some pretty strong winds. Not severe yet, but the NWS is watching them, Jordan.
Yeah, so pretty much what I was suspecting absolutely is right, Hunter. We've definitely seen that storm really start to bubble up over the past few minutes, and that could be severe warned in just a little bit. But again, if you're in an area just to the south of Lake Victor, you're going to want to make sure you're staying inside because you're probably seeing some heavy rain at this particular time. Also, the Bertram area on toward Liberty Hill, you guys could be seeing some heavy rain momentarily as well. I was on that stretch of 29 during a previous severe warning storm. Trust me, it is not fun to drive on when you've got those stronger thunderstorms. So you want to make sure that you're off the roads and in a sturdy shelter at this particular time. Now, we've got quite a bit of lightning associated with it. We don't have a severe thunderstorm warning for our area, but it looks like a new one has just been put for portions of Coleman, McCulloch, Southern Brown, and Northern San Saba counties. Now, neither of these are in the KVUE viewing area, but still kind of highlighting the possibility that we're seeing from Burnett County with these stronger storms pulsating up. So I wouldn't be shocked, really, if Burnett County got a new severe warned storm as a result of this. So, as Hunter was saying, the National Weather Service is watching this closely with that storm pulsing up, and it's looking like it's starting to pulse down just a little bit over Hays County, but in my opinion, we still shouldn't keep our guards down with that. We should keep our guards up, especially when we've got quite a bit of lightning with this storm. This is over portions of Hays County, as well as portions of Burnett, Williamson, and Travis counties. Let's see how many lightning strikes we've had over the past few hours, and I haven't really seen it. I couldn't really see it from this angle. We're going to try and figure this out again, but what I can show you is that we've seen quite a bit of heavy rain associated with it, and we've seen some gusty winds as well. So we're really going to watch this very, very closely here. Let's see Hays County, how many strikes we've had. 172 strikes.
Wow.
So still some frequent lightning associated with it. And as you're probably looking at the Zach Theater camera, you're seeing the camera shake a little bit. That's a result of those stronger winds that we've been seeing. So yeah, you could barely notice it shaking a little bit. And you see how, and I think you might have seen it really closely there, but can we take that camera back up full? Because we could barely see it, but you're starting to see a little bit of spray from some of those storms. And there you see it on those lampposts, that spray through there. That's where we're starting to see some of those gusty winds. And oh yeah, the camera really starting to shake. And that's where you see some of those heavier, gustier winds. And look at that. Look at that on the street there too. There you see how, you know, that heavy rain and those gusty winds keep flying through here. And that's what's creating that little effect, is when you've got that heavy rain hitting the ground with those gusty winds, that's what's creating that effect. So if you're in South Austin even, and that's with this area of storms right here, this isn't even the most potent part of the storm. That's with this area of storms, and we're starting to see some rain right over here in downtown Austin at the Zach Theater, places like Barton Springs, places like Zilker Park. Let's take it full.
So here's Zach Theater. Look at that wind now coming through downtown. That thing is shaking. So our camera's about 4 stories up. Again, these storms, as they move into the metro, they are not severe, but I don't want you to think that they're not strong. They certainly are. I think 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, easily fair game with these storms as they roll into the metro. In fact, another Skycam I want to punch up is, I've been watching our downtown camera as well, which is shrouded in rain now with all sorts of wind. Punch the boxes back up here. I'm going to put, let's put Max 1 briefly in here, and then Jordan, we've got you in the top box. So there we go. Here's the radar situation right now. Again, this is all sorts of heavy rain and breezy weather right now over the metro, under severe limits, but 40+ mile per hour winds are possible. Now, the closest thing that we have to severe right now, I would say, is this stuff, which is up in Burnett County. The wind is my main concern here, but I do think that we could have a little bit of small hail in here. And before we go to the winds, we'll just punch into the hail tracker real quick. Not picking up on anything over Burnett County, good news. Not picking up on anything now over Travis. Maybe a little bit of small hail here near Dripping Springs. So I've got the YouTube chat pulled up as well. If anybody's watching in Dripping Springs, let us know what you're seeing. I do see a comment, very windy and rainy in Kyle. Thank you for that report. Rain started in the Miller area in Austin. I see we've got over 300 folks watching us here on YouTube. We really appreciate it. Again, we like doing this long form coverage for you on YouTube. Again, any questions, comments, concerns, y'all just let us know. Another report had some big gusts come through Leander a minute ago, took a couple shingles off the neighbor's roof.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, here, Jordan got your mic pulled up now.
So if we're talking about Leander, and that's part of this storm that's extended through portions of Burnett County, of course, because that's definitely where a sign that that storm is strengthening. There it is. It's right along Leander. It's right along 183 and 183A, Leander, Cedar Park. If you're north of Lakeline Mall, if you're along Whitestone Boulevard and Cedar Park proper, up through the HEB Center, which is along 183A. So if you're near the HEB Center, you're probably getting those strongest winds right now, as well as if you're north of Whitestone Boulevard as well as the Cedar Park Regional Medical Center. They're probably getting some of the strongest winds as well up toward Leander, and then past Leander, I think things start to calm down just a little bit. But
real quick note here, Jordan, wanted to show some of the updated wind speed. So we've got a 35-mile-per-hour wind gust in San Marcos. Georgetown's gusting to 16. Burnett gusting to 40 right now. Again, those are the strongest storms right now over northern Burnett County. 40 to 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible, Jordan.
Oh, yes, absolutely, Hunter. And that's where we're starting to see some of the strongest storms over in Burnett County. And we're going to take a look at the winds again from our Fort Cavazos radar. And it looks a little cluttered with this, though. So we're not going to get really good looks from the Fort Cavazos radar. But what we are seeing is starting to see some lighter blues just near Lakeline Mall there. So areas just west of Lakeline Mall with a 58-mile-an-hour wind gust. Now we're trying to see whether or not that could be a legit estimation or one of those radar artifacts that Hunter was talking about earlier, where we thought, where it originally looked like there was a 92-mile-an-hour wind gust, turned out to be one of those erroneous values, but still very strong winds about to really pulsate up over portions of Williamson as well as Northwest Travis on into Burnett County. So basically that's where we're starting to see the better estimations there rather than up towards sections of Burnett County as well. So the radar's been a little wonky trying to see if we can get some good values. Now here at along Lake Travis, looks like we have a 62-mile-an-hour gust near Lake Travis as well. So very strong winds really starting to pulse up, and we're hearing thunder now outside of the KVUE studios, which, by the way, just off of Mopac near 183, in case you're wondering where that is. So kind of gives you an idea. If you're in North Austin, you probably heard that as well. So we're near the domain. So Q2 Stadium, this is why the lightning delay is in effect. And we don't have any word yet on a ground stop, an update on what I was going to check on for that, but definitely we're starting to see some stronger thunderstorm activity pass not only through the Austin Metro, but apparently Hunter has up, starting to see it move into Caldwell County now.
Yeah, Jordan, got some folks in the YouTube chat who are asking about San Marcos. So real quick, wanted to punch this up. We'll show you the situation right now for Hays County. San Marcos, the heaviest of the rain actually skipped over you. So that is now east and is moving to the east. Much heavier rain for Kyle and Buda. So Kyle and Buda got the wind and the rain, where much of that actually skipped over the San Marcos area. But down the line, this is going to head into Caldwell County. This is going to impact Lockhart, Maxwell, these type areas as this continues to push to the east. Into the Austin Metro now. Again, this is Zach Theater. I've been showing our downtown camera. We're hearing thunder here at KVUE. We've got all sorts of heavy rain and breezy weather, but this is not severe. An update for you over parts of Williamson County. Leander, you're actually getting another round of heavy rain right now, especially south down closer to Lakeline, and then Bertram up to Burnett, up to Lake Victor. Again, I think this is probably the strongest storm that we're tracking right now over northern Burnett County, capable of winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour. And then just want to check back in with our YouTube audience, see if we have any additional questions. Joseph says heavy rain in Leander. Elisa says picking up in San Marcos. So San Marcos, you are getting the wind, but some of the heaviest rain, unfortunately, has skipped over San Marcos this time. Dan says lots of wind and rain in 78704 zip code. Raj says downtown looks eerie. Yeah, it does. You've got heavy rain like that. And then real quick, Tasha is asking, what about Georgetown? Let's give an update for northern Williamson County. Georgetown, you had some shower and storm activity move through earlier. remains to be seen. You can see that this little line of storms has gone up closer to Lakeline and Leander. It's almost stationary. If that eventually starts moving eastward, it could expand into parts of Georgetown. And then finally, one thing we'll need to watch, Jordan, you see a little outflow coming into Milam County from those storms that are heading down towards Houston. Will be interesting to see if that outflow interacts with some of the storms over Williamson and northern Travis, and if that kind of sparks some new activity, Jordan.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking at this as well. You could barely see it's that little line of green to the south and west of Cameron. That's where that outflow boundary is that Hunter's talking about. And we're going to watch this closely as it sweeps through Thorndale. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more intensification as it made its way into portions of Bastrop and Lee counties. So we're really going to watch this for you out in the coastal plains too, because especially with this outflow, that's where we're going to start to see when they converge together, they really strengthen. And it's a process called convective constructive interference. And that's where we get some of the strengthening of those storms when two outflow boundaries crash into each other. That creates that constructive interference that really strengthens these storms. Now, looks like, I think on that last scan, that it started to pulse down just a wee bit to the south and west of Burnett there. Looks like a little bit of a pulse down, but again, we're going to watch this very, very closely. Is chat showing you anything right now, Hunter?
No updates from the National Weather Service, but I do have a few Facebook comments wanted to pass along. Amy is watching us on Facebook, says bad wind in Lockhart. Yeah, that stuff moving into Lockhart, certainly gusty. Cody is also watching, and Round Rock is at the Express game. Man, we've got Austin FC and the Express trying to play. Not a great night for it. I think they actually moved the time to try to avoid the heat. Avoided the heat and unfortunately moved into the storms. Real quick, Jordan, before I toss things back to you, wanted to show you some of the new model data. We've got a new model run coming in. I think this actually has a fairly good grasp on how things could unfold for the rest of this evening. So it's got our current storms, which are developed over the metro, moving into places like Lockhart, Caldwell County. And then next up is going to be into parts of Bastrop County. And then eventually we'll get parts of Milam, Lee County, and probably Fayette County involved. So this takes us into 9:30, 10 o'clock. Where at that point, the Austin Metro and the Hill Country are starting to trend drier. And then as we get 11 o'clock midnight, I think that this batch of rain is pretty much fizzling out and drier weather is taking hold. Now, what will be tricky and what will be interesting to watch is tonight, can any new storm activity develop, or do we have a big complex of storms up in North Texas that's diving down our way? This latest data shows a little bit of scattered shower and storm activity overnight into early tomorrow morning, but keeps all of that pretty tame. And Jordan, I think that's probably the most likely scenario because we're having such widespread rain right now. That's pretty likely going to work over the atmosphere, and that will likely limit our severe threat as we go into tonight.
Yes, absolutely, Hunter. I 100% agree with you on that. But by the way, we are looking at a 40-mile-an-hour wind gust being recorded just to the north of Buda by our radar estimate. So we're going to be watching this very closely again, because those winds, especially when you have that outflow over Milam County, when you get that line of storms crashing with that outflow, that's where we could get that constructive interference. And that's where we can get the intensification of those storms as you head out to the coastal plains. So we're going to be watching this very closely for you with these winds. But the hail core hasn't really been as pronounced tonight as has the winds, but we're going to show you that anyway, just in case we have anything. It looks like had a little bit of a snafu there with that particular move, but right now the hail core looks to be around dime size with this, with a precipitation rate of around 1 inch an hour. So really it's a very strong, it's some very strong winds. And we're going to pull up some, see if we got any reports of anything on our graphics here. It does look like we have a couple of reports of some minor hail damage or wind damage. Let's see what these reports are over in Blanco County. We've got some small tree limbs that were broken at around 6:49. That was a little earlier this evening. It's about a little over an hour ago. And at around 6:26, we've got some wind damage of small tree branches that were broken, but we also had hail that we don't know the size of at this particular time. So it could have been golf ball size, but it also could have been dime or nickel or pea size hail as well. So again, these are the reports we have so far that have been returned to the National Weather Service, but it is possible we could have a little more as well. We've got a hefty hail core starting to pop up just to the south and west of Lake Victor, Hunter.
Oh, I apologize. I covered you up with this beautiful shot that we are seeing from Lake Travis. How about this? A little glimpse of the sunset from our Oasis cam over Lake Travis. And then here's the view from our tower cam. As just as quick as that, some of the stormy weather is actually pushing east of I-35. We're getting some pretty sunset videos and pictures from across the hill country. Jordan, I apologize. I switched it just as you were showing the hail core for Lake Victor.
It's all good. It's all good. But anyways, Lake Victor looking like a good hail core, getting close to around an inch. So getting close to around quarter or maybe even $half size hail with this as well. So we saw a bit of a hail core starting to form with that hail core near Lake Victor. Also near Naruna, just off to the west of Naruna, you're starting to see a good hail core as well. So in that particular situation, you want to make sure that your cars are in the garage or in a carport. Just do not leave them unprotected, wide open. I know some of you guys have some of those larger trucks with the big wheels. You want to make sure you have those protected the best you possibly can, because I know how important those things are to you, and I sure would hate for you to have to pay a hefty repair bill because of all of that hail damage. So you want to make sure that you are taking care of your car and taking heed to these hail precautions, because this is definitely going to be some good size hail that could be enough to dent your car a little bit. So you're going to want to watch this closely if you are in portions of Burnett County along Highway 281 mainly, but also along 29 as well, seeing some heavy rain. Not really much of a hail core near Bertram, but still some heavy rain. We're going to need to watch it. Speaking of heavy rain, let's see what accumulations we've got so far now. Doesn't look like we're getting very much over portions of Burnett County, but we're going to take a good look now just off to the east of Brown Mountain. So kind of gives you an idea of what we're expecting over portions of Hayes, as well as maybe even southern Travis counties. Looks like we've got around 1.7 inches, so almost 2 inches already recorded in an area that really needs the rain. I mean, we really do need the rain. This will not count towards this upcoming drought monitor. It comes out tomorrow, but the cutoff point is Tuesday at 11:59. And Hunter, I'm looking at this downtown camera. That thing looks really, I mean, it looks like a scene out of, not necessarily the Zach Theater camera, our other downtown tower cam, because you could barely see much out of that one, because I think it's a really interesting sight to see just in. And by the way, I'm able to look past the camera to kind of show you what I'm looking at. Here it is. Yeah, not really much you could see out of that. Looks like some strong winds. Looks like some heavy rain associated with that. So definitely not something you would want to drive in at this time. If you're living in Austin, you want to make sure that you're off the roads right now. Nothing severe right now, but definitely a strong storm that can cause a little bit of discomfort as you're driving. Now back to what I was looking at with these radar estimates. Some of the heaviest rainfall looks to be north and west of Llano still. We've recorded this earlier. It was around 3 inches in accumulation that has triggered the flood advisory. Now the good thing about it is that this would eventually run off into Lake Travis depending on how much water that soil could take. So if that soil can't really take much more, it'll run off into the Llano River and then eventually on into Lakes Travis, maybe even Lake LBJ as well. And that could really help our lake levels, because we know our lake levels have been down bad of late. Lake Travis only at around 46%. So that's the only good side to all of this. But obviously we've got the heavy rain, we've got the strong winds, and got the potential for minor flooding as well.
Hey Jordan, I'm going to punch up real quick the latest wind speed observation. So latest number in Austin, 31 mile per hour wind gust at Camp Mabry. Georgetown right now is gusting to 36. Look at that for San Marcos. San Marcos gusting to 51 miles per hour. in the latest observation. So I think that is right on the money with what we have here. I think most are probably 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, but the breeziest weather could bring wind gusts as high as 50 miles per hour. That sensor in San Marcos, I think, is in a flat spot where the wind kind of gets funneled in there. It typically is pretty breezy, but 30 to 40 for many areas, Jordan, as high as 50, 55 miles per hour for some spots.
Yeah, and I just took a radar estimate to the north of Lockhart, and it was around 35 miles an hour. So this is along 183 in northern sections of Caldwell County. It's a 34 mile an hour wind gust for you guys there. And we're going to take a look as well as we head to the south of Wimberley, because you guys have been pounded with some stronger winds. There it is, 45 miles an hour. So like what we've been talking about, 30 to 40 mile an hour winds for most. And again, San Marcos just recorded a 51 mile an hour wind gust, but it is in a pretty flat spot. So that particular sensor. So
Jordan, can you check in on Cedar Creek? I've got Alex in the YouTube chat is asking about Cedar Creek.
All right, Cedar Creek. So that would be near, yeah, that would be in Bastrop County. Let's see what we have for Cedar Creek right now. Cedar Creek currently, wind speeds are not really all that wonky, but then again, it's right on the edge of moving towards the radar, moving away from the radar. So we can't really see much out of that. But let's try and see if we can get a good one from the Fort Cavazos radar. Doesn't look like we can get much from that either. But what I do know is that it's just some light winds right now for you guys in Cedar Creek. But as we take a look at some of the heaviest rainfall, it's just off to their west. And it looks like it's taking somewhat of a southerly-ish track. And we're starting to see some of the heaviest rain near the airport. Now, so
getting a quick report of electricity out near Anderson Lane and Burnett Road in Travis County. Jordan, so maybe a few sporadic power outages. I'll look into that for you guys in the chat.
All right, so let's take a look at that. This is Anderson Lane and which?
Anderson Lane and Burnett Road.
Anderson Lane and Burnett Road, yeah. So, yeah, Anderson Lane, Burnett Road. So that's pretty close to us, actually, because, yeah, that's Anderson Lane and Burnett Road. That's a street corner. A lot of us get lunch around there too. So, yeah, definitely what we're watching, because that's where we're seeing some of the heaviest rain and some of the most frequent lightning, very close to us at the KVUE studios. So.
Yeah, I heard we go to that Chipotle, you know, fairly frequently.
Yeah, for sure. But anyways, yeah, that's what we're looking at, some of the heaviest rainfall right at that corner. That's very close to us, as a matter of fact, and it looks like we're getting some heavy rain as well. And we're seeing a lightning strike very close to the Arboretum as well.
So I've got the Austin Energy map pulled up, Jordan, and it's only showing 11 active outages affecting 218 customers. Those are actually mostly out around Lake Travis. Again, this is Austin Energy. I'll check in with the Blue Bonnet, some of the other spots. But 99.96% of customers still with power.
Okay, so that's good news. But again, as this storm progresses, we could see maybe a few more of those power outages as well. So we're definitely going to be watching that for you as we've now hit 8 o'clock on your Wednesday evening. And we're seeing some lightning strikes in and around Lakeline Mall too. So Lake Creek Parkway, 620, Pecan Park Boulevard, Ridgeline Boulevard, Monaco Drive, South Lakeline Boulevard, right there, getting close to Cedar Park High School, areas near Cypress Creek Road, Austin Community College campus right there on the corner of Lakeline and Cypress Creek, and again, near Whitestone Boulevard as well, where we're seeing some of the heaviest rainfall near Walkerton, the HEB Center. That's where we're starting to see some of that heaviest rainfall there. Well, looks like some of the heaviest rainfall has started to kind of bypass the HEB Center right there. But again, there it is right around New Hope Drive. That's the HEB Center right there, where we're starting to see some of that heaviest rainfall as well. Not really much in terms of lightning, but we've got some of the heaviest rainfall as well. And Del Diamond, by the way, that's where the Round Rock Express play. Starting to see a little bit of a heavier rainfall in Round Rock proper, getting close to Del Diamond and the Kalahari Resorts and Convention Skyline weather camera. And we're seeing some heavy rainfall in and around Dragon Stadium as well, just off to the north of Pflugerville there. So heaviest rain right now looks to be around the Domain, and then again South Austin. This is just south of Lady Bird Lake along Riverside Drive, Burleson Road, just north of Highway 71, near Metropolis, headed toward the airport as well. Looks like the University of Texas not seeing some heavy rain, as is Camp Mabry, but still we could see quite a bit of that heavier rainfall across the entirety of our region. And we're
Jordan,
looking again.
check this out, our Oasis cam right now.
Yes,
how beautiful is that?
That is a very picturesque sunset. And everybody at the Oasis restaurant is pretty much in for a treat after all that heavy rain that we've seen.
Yeah, sitting there at the brewery on the balcony there. Beautiful.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's looked like a really nice occasion there. And it looks like we're starting to see some weakening of that Burnett County storm. I'm not sure if the National Weather Service is seeing the same thing, Hunter. You could check that in the chat. But I'm starting to see some thunderstorms really start to weaken over Burnett County, which we thought had a shot at becoming severe. Now let's scroll this through over the last hour, and we're starting to see also maybe a bit of weakening from a lightning standpoint with this storm, but the rain standpoint, there's no shortage of it, and it's looking like it's about to make its way into the Lockhart area now. If you're in Caldwell County, you're probably getting the brunt of the rain right now, just to the north of San Marcos and Texas State University, also passing through the Kyle area as well. Wimberley, it looks like you're on the back half of this as well. And the same story for you guys if you're out near Barton's Creek Mall. That's where you're starting to see the back end of it as well. But again, some really strong thunderstorms causing some very noisy lightning and thunder throughout much of our region. And we're going to take a look at these wind particles as well as wind velocities. Really what I meant to say with wind velocity, but I don't know why I said wind particles there, but yeah. Anyways, let's look at our wind speeds here. Yes, right along the Caldwell-Hayes County line, around 44 miles an hour being recorded here. So basically in that ballpark of 40 to 50, like what we've been talking about, that's what we're seeing. Let's take a look at Lockhart proper, around 31 miles an hour if you're in Lockhart proper. So definitely some very strong winds, not severe, which is good news, but strong winds nonetheless. And we're really watching this throughout the course of the night to see if we get any further re-strengthening, because as we pull the auto warn back up, we're going to show you up in Milam County. Let's see if that outflow is still there. There it is. There's that outflow that we're talking about. It's just off to the north and east of Thorndale, and that's going to slide down to the south and east near Taylor. And once it makes its way, I would say around the Pflugerville area, depending on where this track is, either Pflugerville or Elgin, that's where things could potentially get a little dicey, because we've got a bit of constructive interference that could be going on. We have what's called constructive interference, where those two lines of storms could come in and could strengthen the overall storm system, or we could have destructive interference, where those lines crash into each other and the storm weakens. So we're looking at the potential of constructive interference that could result in some of stronger thunderstorms that could be severe warned for portions of Bastrop as well as Lee counties. And we're going to watch that very closely.
Hey, Jordan, real quick, this is the best our temperature has felt in, more than a week now. It is 75 right now in Austin. Out ahead of it, again, there's still fuel in those places that Jordan was talking about. It's 94. Well, numbers probably coming down now as rain moves in, but 95 Bastrop, Giddings, LaGrange, 93. But rain-cooled air in the 70s, even low 70s across the hill country. Austin has dropped down to 75 degrees. Remember that our morning lows have been struggling to get under even 80 degrees. So if you were looking for some cool weather, maybe walk outside right now after the lightning has passed, of course. But Jordan's pretty comfortable stuff out there right now. Yeah, it is. And that's really good to know that we've got some cooler temperatures on the way. But as we type this, we've started to see a little bit more in terms of weakening of that Burnett County storm that's stretching through Lakeline Boulevard just south of Leander. And some of the heaviest rain is now over the HEB Center as well.
as well as around Whitestone Boulevard on towards Jonestown, and it's about to cross Highway 45 just off to the east of Lakeline Mall. So maybe around Palmer Lane, maybe around O'Connor Drive. That's where we're starting to see some of that heavier thunderstorm activity start to move in. So it's kind of splitting. So what it's doing is it's splitting Lakeline Mall and Mopac. So Palmer Lane, Anderson Mill Road, seeing some of that heavier rainfall. Avery Ranch Boulevard, Avery Ranch starting to see some of that heavier rainfall. I think, let's see what that corner of Whitestone looks like. It's starting to be not as heavy in terms of rainfall and thunderstorms on that corner of Palmer and Whitestone there, but there it is, right where you start, right where I was talking about, Cedar Park Medical Center toward the HEB Center. That's where we're starting to see some of that heaviest rainfall amount start to move through. So we're watching this very closely, and we're seeing some heavier rainfall just to the north of Hudson Bend. Valente Beach, that water park, seeing some of that heavy rainfall as well. Let's see as well. Looks like Typhoon, Texas is pretty dry at this moment in Pflugerville near that area. Just seeing some light rain in and around that area. Typhoon, Texas water park looking all right at this moment, but there is some light to moderate rain near the Windermere area and some light rain in the domain near Q2 Stadium there. And there's near Topgolf, near the Topgolf, starting to see some of that lighter rainfall, but you've got Metric Boulevard, Breaker Lane, getting close to Q2. That's where you're starting to see some of that heavy rainfall. And of course, Q2 in a lightning delay right now, and we're just at around 8 o'clock. They did say that an estimation of that thunderstorm activity leaving the Q2 Stadium area and that safety perimeter by around 9:30. So we've got a ways to go if you're watching us on the live stream inside the stadium. So we're going to be watching this very, very closely throughout the course of these next few minutes and hours throughout the course of the evening. Now, we do want to remind y'all of the severe thunderstorm watch. It is in effect until 11 p.m. and Hunter Williams talked about it during the newscasts. It's for these counties in the magenta color, with large hail and gusty winds, of course, being the main threats. Really, we're focusing more on a wind threat as opposed to a hail threat at this time. But heavy rain starting to become a factor as well. And as we take a look at this storm, we're looking mainly at accumulations gotten to around 2 to maybe 3 inches over Llano County, but we haven't gotten a latest estimation. It looks like Mason County looks like they got shut out this time, but areas of northwestern Llano got a little over 2 inches in diameter as well. And as we take a look here, portions of, looks like we have another outflow that's pushing out of the KVUE viewing area. That's near Luling right now, and we're going to look at it right now because they've got some heavy rainfall. It's now about to push just to the north of Luling, and there you see that outflow. That outflow's now left the KVUE viewing area. So looks like that outflow near Milam County may not make it into the Thorndale area. Now, we're looking at some radar estimation right now. This is right along the Travis and Williamson County line. Nearly 4 inches per hour right there. Just 4 inches per hour. Now it's gone to around an inch an hour. But we've got heavy rainfall that's tippling in to the domain. So looks like the domain could be getting some of that heavier rain in the next few minutes. And it's along Palmer Lane toward Osborne Drive, Live Oak Elementary, Old Stage Park near Lake Creek Parkway, Town and Country Sports Complex. Let's see, Amber Glen Boulevard, Forest North Elementary, right along 620 and 45, that tollway. That's where we're starting to see some of that heavier rainfall as well. Let's see where else we could be looking at as well. Davis Elementary School, seeing some of that heavier rainfall as well. And we've got the airport, seeing some heavy rain out towards Coda, near Farm to Market 812 and Elroy Road, Popham Elementary. Yeah, this is Coda right here, and this is where we're starting to see a lot of that heaviest rainfall right there along Circuit of the Americas Boulevard, out toward Elroy. And you've got San Francisco Catholic Church there as well, Southeast Baptist Church. You got the Creemore, Mustang Ridge, Onion Creek area, seeing some of that heaviest rainfall as well. Look at this. Let's see what radar estimate this is just to the north and west of McMahon and just to the south of Dale right there. This is in eastern Caldwell County, and we're getting close to 4 inches an hour, but this is going to move in pretty quickly. This is not going to last a whole hour. So we're going to see some heavy rainfall here in Caldwell County. So I wouldn't be surprised if we got the potential for a flash flood advisory of some sort if we got some more of that heavy rainfall if the system starts to slow down. So I would say 183 south of Austin all the way through Lockhart towards Luling. It's going to be pretty wet at this moment. We've also got some heavier rain moving out of Hayes County, but the San Marcos Regional Airport still seeing a good bit of that heavy rainfall there. So starting to really pour down over portions of Caldwell County at this point. So I'm going to share this once again to my Facebook page, my professional Facebook page. Make sure y'all follow me there at JDarrensburgWX. And we're going to look at wind speeds as well because, hold on, there we go. Because we're really starting to see, oh yeah, this looks like very strong winds that are popping up just to the north of Luling. Now this could be some radar contamination, but we're looking at around 47 miles an hour. There you see those lighter yellows, that's what's depicting some of those higher wind speeds between Lockhart and Luling. Let's get close, let's get a little closer to Luling, see what we have. We have a 54 mile an hour wind gust now being recorded between Lockhart and Luling as well. So getting around 40 and 50 miles an hour now. So it is definitely possible that we're going to be seeing some stronger winds associated with these storms. Now, let's take a look and see what we've got near Cedar Creek. I know we did have a question about it a little bit earlier, and I do think Cedar Creek's got some strong winds as well. Yes, near 40 miles an hour as well. And we're going to watch this very closely as it makes its way through. And we're going to take a look at Lockhart proper because we're starting to see some of those yellows in Lockhart proper. And we're going to have some very strong winds there. 46 miles an hour in and around the Lockhart area. And that's going to be very important because not necessarily severe, but strong winds nonetheless. That could knock down some tree limbs, tree branches. That could cause some isolated and widely scattered power outages as well. So we're seeing some pretty interesting sights from some of our tower cams. I'm able to see those tower cams from the wall here, and I can't really pull them up at this time, but what I can show you is we've got some stronger winds right now about to pull up over portions of downtown. Now this is downtown, and we're starting to see it start to calm down just a little bit, and a lot of those storms have moved on off to the east. So we've got good news on that particular front, but we've got some heavy rain and some frequent lightning just off to the south and east of Austin now. In and around Coda, that's where you've got some of those stronger thunderstorms. So the airport, Elroy, out toward Coda, that's where you've got that lightning being popped up. And let's see if we've got lightning near Q2 at this point. Well, maybe Steiner Ranch, you could make the argument here, but we've got some very strong thunderstorms here. And Hunter, I'm looking from our tower cam from the wall, and it's giving a very picturesque image there. Same story out at Oasis as well. Let's see if you could pull this up so I could show everybody, because this looks very interesting. And we even had some lightning pop up through it there. We just now saw it as well. Once we can get this tower cam up, we can kind of show you this just a little bit. And again, we're seeing those storms start to pop up, and there's that tower cam. That just looks amazing when you've got that sunlight moving through those clouds there, and you're starting to see a little bit of lightning out in front of it as well, making a very, very interesting sight indeed. It's a very eerie sight as well, because you've got, there it is right there with that lightning and that sunset. Just creates a very interesting shot of our tower cam from Westlake Hills. And there you see that orange ball in the sky. That's our sunset. It's going to continue to set, and once we get that sunset fully, that's where we start to see that energy start to wind down just a little bit. And we're starting to see some storms pulsate up over portions of San Saba County. Now that's not in the KVUE viewing area, but if it makes a move on off to the south and east, and we're going to show you that particular cell. This is right there over in San Saba County. This is not in the KVUE viewing area, but this could start to make its way into Llano County, and if it continues to strengthen, that could be severe warned. So we're watching it for you guys out near Lake Buchanan, near the Tau area. We're definitely going to watch it as well near places like that. Now we do also have the flood advisory. Now all the rain's moved out. This is until 9:45, but all the rain's pretty much moved out, so I wouldn't be shocked if the National Weather Service canceled this sooner, depending on how everything is faring in that area. But again, definitely watching some of the heaviest rainfall, mainly off to the south and east, and I wouldn't be shocked if a flood advisory was issued for these areas, because we've seen rainfall rates get close to 4 inches an hour, even though that could also be radar contamination, but still, we're definitely going to watch it very closely for you. Looking like 2.5 inches per hour right here, just to the north and east of Lockhart. So we're going to be really watching this very, very closely. Now, we've got the San Marcos Regional Airport. Areas just off to the east of there, seeing some of that heavy rain. Looks like a little bit of radar contamination there. But besides that, look at some of the heaviest rain. That's mainly going to be in, as far as Travis County is concerned, mainly in southeastern Travis County, near the airport, near Garfield, near Mustang Ridge, near Coda. We also starting to see it extend into Bastrop County, Cedar Creek area just to the south of Wildwood. Yep, Wildwood, near Lytton Springs. That's in northeastern Caldwell County, out toward Dale and McMahon. And we're starting to see that start to lead its way into the Delhi area, and then out towards along Highway 304 near the Rosenke area, out towards Smithville. And this looks like it's going to pass just to the south of Bastrop. So looking like maybe extreme western sections of Fayette County could be next in line. The Cistern area, the Flatonia area, maybe you guys are next in line along Highway 95 there. But right now we're focused on Lockhart, as well as Mustang Ridge near the airport. We haven't heard anything there yet about a ground stop, but definitely an interesting situation right there. We've got a couple of tweets from Fabian. Loud thunder in the distance in San Marcos, as well as rain finally falling on San Marcos. And he highlighted how we needed it bad. I'm not sure if Hunter was able to really show it, but oh man, you're seeing on that tower cam, we had a big flash of lightning right there with that sunset in the backdrop. So really made for a picturesque sight. Hopefully we're having this clip for our 10 o'clock show, because that looks very magnificent from our cameras. So looks like we've got an inbox, we've got an email sent to us. This is from Slaughter and Menchaca from Bryna Belly. I'm trying to figure out how do I pronounce their name. I'm not sure I got it right, but I'll tweet some of these, by the way. And it looks very ominous right there near Slaughter Lane and Menchaca Road here. Looks like we've got the first one that I saw looked pretty ominous, as well as these other ones as well, but definitely a very strong storm that we've been seeing, and I'm just looking at it on my phone in my inbox that I just saw it. So if you have some interesting pictures like that, like what we'll show you on our social media pages, send that to us. Send it in so that we can show that to you guys and kind of illustrate how strong these storms are. So we've got right now some heaviest rainfall near Dale and McMahon over portions of Caldwell County, eastern Caldwell County. And this could be actual radar contamination, but this is looking like nearly 5 inches per hour being recorded right there. So really heavy rain over the Dale and McMahon areas. And I'm gonna have to see right now if, let's see, Hunter, have you seen the National Weather Service chat of late? Oh, he hasn't really seen the chat of late. So I'm gonna go ahead and I am going to pull this up real quick and see if we have anything that could be of note from the NWS chat right now. It doesn't really look like much in terms of severe storms, but we're starting to see some strong storms develop over portions of Caldwell County at this point. Now, we saw a line of storms over portions of Burnett County a little earlier. That has started to pulse downward a little bit, but we're going to take a look at the NWS chat right here, and we're going to see if we have anything of note in the next couple of minutes. It looks like Hunter is about to walk back on over to the Weather Center here. Just had a nice little dinner break, but it looks like, based on what we've seen, is that we're starting to see another storm pop up. Yeah, it's right over Williamson County, eastern Wilco, and it's just off to the east of Hutto. Actually, it's in Hutto proper, so just east of the 130 tollway. And we've got some of the heaviest rain in Hutto, near Hutto Middle School, near Hutto Elementary. Looks like an area just off to the east of Hutto High School and that beautiful new stadium they have there. Right along Limmer Loop near Farm to Market 1660, near Cottonwood Creek Elementary School. Fun fact, my girlfriend's family has some family that lives around that area. Some of the heaviest rain along Chandler Road and University Boulevard along Highway 130, getting close to Southwestern University, right there over in Round Rock and Georgetown. That's where we're starting to see some of that heaviest rainfall there. It's just to the south of Weir and Highway 29 near Georgetown, just off to the east of Georgetown along the 130 toll road, right where 130 meets 35 and Highway 195 as you get to Sun City and as you're headed north toward Florence and Killeen. But here's what we've got right now. Heaviest rain now starting to pop up near Hutto when it comes to northern Williamson County. And then we've got an area north of Pflugerville near St. Paul's Episcopal Church, near the Windermere area, near Heatherwild Boulevard. That's where we're seeing some of that heaviest rainfall. Now, this might be a little bit of radar contamination, but we're getting close to around 5.63 inches per hour being recorded by the storm. Now, the winds could play a role, and that could skew that a little bit as well. And that could enhance some of that heavier rainfall as well. But we're really starting to see things start to bubble on up. And Hunter, do you have anything else besides that?
Yeah, so what's interesting, Jordan, is here, I'll punch up Max 1 in the box there. The outflow boundary that we were watching over Milam County, that is now moving into eastern Williamson County, and it looks like that has interacted with our earlier round of storms and is flaring up this new activity. As Jordan was saying, this is producing heavy rain. Presumably, we will have to watch for more gusty winds in this activity, especially around Taylor and Coupland. And then stretching back into Travis County now, this is mainly light rain. The heaviest stuff, for the most part, has moved out of Travis County and is now more of an issue for parts of Bastrop County, Caldwell County, and ultimately, this is going to be moving into Fayette County. This is probably where we have the strongest winds right now. Let me hop into the velocity. And yeah, when we start getting some of those yellows punching up between Lockhart and Delhi, yep, so we're getting farther away from the radar. It is estimating 60 to 65 mile per hour winds. That is probably not translating down to the surface, but we could have some 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, I think, moving into parts of Bastrop County, Caldwell County. This will head towards places like Delhi, maybe closer to Smithville, Cedar Creek. You are seeing this right now. And then ultimately, this is going to move into Fayette County. So I think what we'll do here, none of this is severe. So I'm going to go through the latest model data with you one more time, and then we will leave you with the radar loop. And of course, Jordan and I will be here through the evening. If we need to hop back on, we will. And we're especially watching this new activity that is going up over Williamson County, producing heavy rain, again, close to the Taylor area. So let me show you our storm outlook. Here it is. They've actually expanded it. We have the level 2 risk for now, our entire KVUE area this evening, and then again overnight tonight. Before we go to the models, let's see what is developing upstream from us. Check this out. So this is exactly the type of stuff we will need to watch like a hawk overnight. This is a confirmed tornado warning now with the new complex of storms that has developed over the Panhandle. This is still a couple hundred miles away from us, but you get the idea. If this activity grows, becomes more organized, then it could track down to the south towards us tonight. Again, I think based on the fact that we've already had all of this rain this evening, that has probably worked over our atmosphere. And with that being said, let's hop into our models and we will track this forward through the rest of this evening. So here is 9:30, where at that point, Austin and the Hill Country will likely be drying out, and the rain is mainly going to shift east of I-35 into places like Bastrop, into places like Giddings, Schulenburg, LaGrange, Flatonia, even parts of Caldwell County still. And then between 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock, most of this initial first round is going to end, and then I'll back this up. You'll see overnight there could be some more scattered activity that develops. We'll need to watch that in case some of it flares up, but because we've had so much rain and cooler temperatures have moved in, I don't know that we're going to have the instability needed for more severe storms overnight. Again, there could be some more rain, but as of now, I'm leaning towards this stuff being relatively tame compared to what we have seen this evening. The caveat to that being, if we have another big complex of storms that develops over North Texas and it rolls down our way, then we will need to watch it carefully. But I do think that what we have seen this evening is probably our main round of storms. So with that being said, we will take a quick little break here from our continuing coverage. We're still watching the radar. If we get more warnings, we'll hop back on here, but I will leave you with our radar stream and no audio, and we'll hop back on here as needed through the rest of this evening. And of course, here in about an hour and a half, we will have our full newscast tonight at 10. Thank you all for watching. I will talk to you all in a little bit.
All right, welcome back. Meteorologist Jordan Darensburg here, and we are tracking a line of storms that's triggered another severe thunderstorm warning for areas along I-10, and we're looking specifically at Fayette County here. And so what we're showing you is that small slither of Fayette County, which does include the Schulenburg area, is under this warning, and it is for mainly wind gusts getting up to 60 miles an hour. Now, what we're going to do is we are going to take a look at this from our radar estimation, and we're seeing those lighter yellows starting to pop up just off to the south and west of Flatonia. Now, what I will tell you is that this is not in the KVUE viewing area for the most part, but only southern Fayette County is what we are going to focus on. Now, an area near Flatonia, now let me go ahead and take this warning off, and we're going to show you what we're talking about, 59-mile-an-hour wind gusts being recorded here. So this is definitely some very strong winds being shown from our tower cam, actually not our tower cam, our radar I should say, and those areas are seeing some very strong winds associated with it. Let's take a look at Facebook. Let's see if anyone's making any more comments here. Ashley Mika is, can you move it over by where the storm is at? And this is where we're at right now. Looks like Ashley St. Clair asking about North Round Rock 1431. Looks like you guys might be done there. But as we are looking right now, we're starting to see some heavier rainfall activity over portions of Bastrop County as well. And as we take a look here, we're starting to see some of that heaviest rainfall in those immediate areas as well. And so we're really going to be watching portions of Bastrop County, mainly along highway, I think that's, let's see, Highway 95, yes, near the Phelan area, through Bastrop proper, including Elgin. We're seeing some of that heaviest rainfall, and guys, that could be a flood advisory that we may need to watch for as well. And again, we're starting to see some of that heaviest rainfall being shown from our Kalahari Resorts and Conventions Skyline weather camera, and we're definitely seeing some of that heaviest rainfall there as well. But again, severe warning storm that we're going to focus on here, that's going to be for Fayette County, and that's going to be until 10 o'clock. It's extreme southern Fayette County, and I'm not going to be very long about this because it is just southern sections of Fayette County. This does include Schulenburg, this does include Flatonia, but other than that, we are pretty much in the clear as far as the KVUE viewing area is concerned. Now we are seeing another severe thunderstorm warning out in the Houston area. This is including portions of Waller County, Fort Bend County, as well as of course Harris County. So for those of you who have interest in the Houston area, you may want to watch that one very closely, and our sister station KHOU is going to be watching that closely for those areas. But we've got Schulenburg out toward Flatonia under this severe thunderstorm warning until 10. This is mainly for counties outside of the KVUE viewing area, headed down toward Cuero and Victoria. But again, this was the same system that passed just south of Austin through portions of Hayes and Caldwell counties earlier. You guys are clear, so I could say all clear for Caldwell as well as Hayes County for this particular storm, but we're starting to see some more start to fire up over portions of the hill country again. So places like Mason County, Llano County, starting to see some more pop-up storms fire up. Hopefully those don't turn severe, but we're going to watch it very closely for you. Now, again, we're watching the wind as well as the hail core, and some of the strongest winds are mainly going to be to the south and west of Flatonia, and that is not in the KVUE viewing area, but just a little glimpse of what these winds they're experiencing over there. We are mainly looking at velocity vectors of around 58 miles an hour, so nearly 60 miles an hour, so on par with what the warning is stated. So, I'm going to take myself back full. Just a quick little update tidbit for you guys with the severe warning storm in southern Fayette County. It goes until 10 o'clock, but I do imagine as the storm moves to the southeast that our severe thunderstorm warning could get canceled for Fayette County a little earlier. But for now, meteorologist Jordan Ayersberg here, and we're going to put you back on the Max 3 radar loop. And join us at 10 for our full newscast with Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams. Thank you.